Good morning, risk neutral trading. It's the 5th of May, 2026 at 0800 Central Standard Time. And this is risk neutral trading. This is my virtual trading journal. And it goes from now every morning, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock through 1500 Central Standard Time. The purpose of that is that to provide complete accountability and transparency for trading, my trading here. This is my journal after all, so who would I be trying to kid, right? Well, I wouldn't, is the answer to that question. I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. So, that whole thing applies. However, I do trade real-time live here on my Bookmap. Excuse me. Here on Bookmap. And I only trade vetted trades, which I have pre-identified and done the homework on to establish statistically that they have a positive edge. And I anticipate the trades. I put those trades on, manage the trades. It's all recorded right here in front of God and everybody on this Bookmap. This is IRT, Investor RT, which is where it's my charting package basically, and where I do the backtesting and the system development. For example, this is an initial balance strategy, which I have vetted. The strategy is here. This chart associated doesn't have anything to do with the strategy, but it does. It does visually represent what's going on in the day as it's forward testing, because the data from this system is plotted over here on this chart. So there you go. So if it's over here, it's simulated, and over here it's the real McCoy. Now, this is live data. You can tell, and you can tell that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can see any open programs at the bottom. You can see the system clock to the second and the date, and tie that back up to Bookmap. So there you go. I don't know what else to do to make it more transparent, but anyway. There we are, and I don't know why we're not getting... The system's not changing. I don't know why. I don't know why the hell it's not doing the... There we go. I don't know what was up with that. Anyway, okay. So it's 8:03 in the morning. Here is the entire overnight session. This is the blue boy, which I put on the first print of every session. You can see there was yesterday. Here's the overnight. This is just a blue line, a blue vertical. I mean, it's just a vertical line, and I put it on the first print. But it enables me to see the entire session here in the Bookmap chart window, because this is current price and current data, and this is the first print. So there we are. So pretty much, there you go, 100% straight up. We are almost gap up because we have the previous RTH highs up here, and this is where we're trading right now. So, oh boy, more wonderful news. And on that front, let's look at the news. So the reports out today, and there are many. S&P PMI, there's new home sales, there's... What am I doing? I don't want the earnings calendar here now. There we go. So we've got building permits and everything. We're out at 7:30 now. The real McCoy are 8:45. So we got PMI home sales, and then we got JOLTS and non-manufacturing and all the ISM stuff out at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock in a little bit. This is IRT investing.com, which is a free program. That's why there's ads floating around everywhere. You can filter it for wherever you want to be or whatever reports you're interested in. And I like it because they only report traditional economic events and numbers. And if you notice, the event title changes to a URL, so you can click on that. If you don't know what the Global Services PMI is, you can click on that and get everything you want to know about it. We are also in earnings season, and AMD is going to report at the close today. It's going to be a big mess continuingly. Let's get over here to Financial Juice, which is the other news source I use, and I'll tell you why I do that. First of all, they have a similar docket feature. And notice this. You can filter these. These is free. Notice that Trump's going to sign a proclamation, oh boy, at 14:30. Secretary Hagsath was talking up here at 7 o'clock. Rubio's going to have something to say at 1400. Investing.com will never pull these things into the calendar because they're not traditional economic events. However, everybody on the planet and Financial Juice has recognized that we're in a special environment in the markets these days. These kind of things can present tremendous risk to our auction. Who knows what they may say? Okay? And that should be obvious to everyone. So as a traders in this environment, well, in any environment, as a trader, your first obligation is to maintain your account. The basic fundamental way you maintain an account is through risk management. These present atypical, out of the ordinary, high risk events, risk potentials to our market. So I'm really glad when they pull these things in because I'm able to identify them. If they weren't here, I wouldn't know Trump was going to say something at 14:30 or Rubio at 1400. And they may say nothing. It's not a political comment. It's a fact of risk management. So there you go. This can be filtered, of course, the same as anything else. So those are our news sources and our reports. Now let's look at the pre-market. Well, we have looked at a book map, and I've explained this briefly. And this is IRT, which is my basic charting package. Referenced it a little bit earlier this morning. The first thing that I should point out here is that in any of the IRT charts or tabs, you can see in the header the name, which was meaningless to anybody else. But there's the instrument, there is the chart type, there's the periodicity, and there's the session. So you can always see and figure out exactly what you're looking at. Screen snap or the stream or whatever. There's some watermarks here too, but there you go. That's the most important place to go. This is the MES, then this is my MES tab. MES, MNQ, MES, high time frame, micro composite chart. And this is my market profile chart, which I leave on, it's on both of my main tabs, and I leave it on the minis only, not the micros. Just a habit. And this is the same configuration for the minis. Let's open this up so we don't get bottlenecked over here. Okay, micros, that's what we're trading, so that's what we're going to look at first. These are Renko charts, and this is the high time frame, which is, and remember what we just learned, there's the instrument, there's the chart type, there's the periodicity, and it's the day session. So these are 1 day RTH session candles. The full session. As long as price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC. All these red and green lines represent the high and low volume nodes of this current micro composite volume profile. And those values push automatically to Bookmap, the high and low volume nodes. The session prices also push to Bookmap continuously, and I share those with anybody that can use them. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. Volume is, what is volume? Ba-doom, 66. Well, we were over 100% all day yesterday, and now we're down in the basement some more. And we're only trading at 1.1 and a tick. ATR for a 1 minute candle. All right. So let's go back to Bookmap then and see what we see. Again, as I explained, Blue Boy, the complete session. So there's no question of context. We're going to get up here and be out of range here pretty quick, and then I'm going to be mega chapped. So here is my high time frame chart, or my micro composite, I abbreviate, where I manually enter these things, all-time highs and all this kind of stuff, which has got to change, right? The high and low volume nodes right there. This is the full session volume profile here, and this is full session, not ETH, because it started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. The RTH volume profile and RTH delta, the session open statistics, which is important to me, and these are those session prices I mentioned, which push automatically and continuously from Bookmap, from IRT, from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday, and I'll happily share these free with anybody that can use them. Just let me know, and that, you know, obviously like and subscribe, and then let me know, and I'll hook you up. And this is the book. I no longer have the dome on Bookmap. Remove those extra columns, but this is the order book. These are resting liquidity levels in the dome or in the market, and these are the prices at which they rest. Now, again, the chart of Bookmap, there's a P, and notice that I don't have any indicators anywhere, or, I mean, I'm an old guy from Montana, and I like to keep things as simple as I can get them. So I only use price levels, volume, and probabilities, essentially. POC for both full session and RTH, and the POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 72.55 is the price at which the most contracts have traded in the overnight. That's 32.92. The minute one of these other prices trades 32.93 contracts, this POC is going to move there. That's it. There's a VWAP, excuse me, for the Globex and one for the RTH, and that's volume weighted average price. Here's the POC for the RTH yesterday, which I'm going to put the percentages over here, and I'll put the flag in here just to show you how this works. I didn't do any of this because I was busy doing a bunch of other stuff last night, which I got all fixed. And so there's some issues here with this. You notice how that didn't work right? There's a few issues. I had to do some project updating and a bunch of hocus pocus. 040526, naked volume point of control. There we go. Now, these other levels are just abbreviations of the price levels. Something to point out are the initial balance low and high. They often confuse because they don't make sense with the naming. It's old market profile stuff. Initial balance high and low simply represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. And this is the mid, by the way, of the RTH. So let's determine the open type here. And then the first thing I'll do is change the column title. And that goes like this. There's only two criteria for the statistical open type. And that is, here's price. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, that's way down here. So it's higher than the close. And how would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, so far, we're still in range because there's the high and the low's way down below us. So we are still higher in range as we were yesterday. If it were different, I would change the title here. And I do that so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can just see the title of that column and know exactly what the overnight open relationship was. Next thing we're going to do is delete the statistics from yesterday, these here, because they don't apply today. And then we're going to go figure out the new ones. Isn't that cute how that works? And we get those new statistics from our friends over here at IRT. Now, this was yesterday. IRT conveniently highlights the current open type, but only after 8:30. Another thing that's pretty handy, you notice how the text on some of these are black and the text is blue? Any level which has been achieved in that RTH session will have the text color from change from the default black to blue. Now, this is still recording yesterday, and I'm not sure if I can make that do something different or not. I don't think so. No. When this resets, they'll be correct. So, the statistics are real simple. Remember, cowboy, Montana, old guy, here we go. The system looks back at the most recent 1,735 days. Of those days, we opened higher in range, 532 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.8% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 80.8. Drum roll. Oops. Drum roll, please. There you go. That's as complicated as this gets. The next one is the overnight mid, and I'm just going to go down the list from now on, right? The overnight mid is 74.6. Overnight mid is 74.6. And remember, these are dynamic, so they'll change right up until the open. These few, yesterday's RTH high and close, they're never going to go anyplace. Overnight high, we have 74.4. Ooh, 4, sorry. Previous value area high is 70.9. That's interesting. Where the hell did that even go? I think it's hiding right under there. Value area high. Yeah, you see it over here. I'm not going to worry about it too much, though. Let's go to the next one. Previous mid, previous close, 69.5. I want to know about that one. Oh, wrong close. Hold on, cancel. Wrong button. 69.5. Overnight lows, 49.2. What I want to get are the most likely suspects, if I can. Previous POC, 63.3. And I do that for a reason, just to illustrate the how to use those names, because obviously this is going to change immediately. Same way with the IB's high and low. So the IB high over here is 67.9. Oh. And that is because, remember the definition, the minute we open, this is going to change to the high, and this will come up to the low, and I won't know what was at this flag. So there you go. IB low is 60.5. Okay. Wow. We got a lot of statistics down here. I'm a little bit confused how I got so ahead of the curve, but I'm happy about that. Previous high and low, that's something I wanted to have. Previous high is 58.8. Never touched yesterday. And previous low is way down there in the corn patch someplace. But we did catch it. It's 35.0. Wow. The previous low is way down here. And that was whatever I said. 35%. Okay, now, there we go. So those are the statistics. You know how that works. They're all pushed in over here. And I hope that was clear, because I just realized I had it on the wrong window, but just in case, let's just pick one. If I wanted to point that out, this is how I do it and put in the stats. I don't know. Anyway, the next order of business will be something called the TLab snap. This doesn't seem to be doing stuff here like I want it to. I'm not sure what the hell is going on. There we go. Okay, I got it. This is something I do every morning at 8:20, so bear with me. It's called the TLab, which is short for Traders Lab. I don't even look here anymore. Okay. Now, the Traders Lab is a place called started by a guy named Tom B. And every day at around usually around 6, I post the reports for the day. And every day at about 8:20, I post this, which gives anybody in there that may not have access to all the levels or the charting or whatever, this thing, which kind of gives them all an idea of what's happening and why and where and whatever else. Now, the TLab is, as I said, it's a Bookmap Discord chat room started by Tom B., who's been trading for 47 years and started out as a money manager and whatnot, and lives in Chicago. So a professional trader. And he's started and has led the TLab since its inception. I don't know how many years it is. I've been hanging in and out and around it for a few years. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room. And there's a lot of people in there, and they all, a lot of them post various opinions. So, you want to be sure that you vet everything for yourself. And, but there's a lot of good people in there, and Tom's a good guy. Got a lot of good philosophies about risk management and things, I believe. So I kind of tip my hat every day, because actually the stream and my journal here came out of a suggestion basically from over there that what is going on? Why isn't this thing switching like it's supposed to? This is not good. I don't know. I had to do some updating yesterday, and yeah. Anyway, whatever I was saying. So every morning I post those 2 snaps as just kind of out of respect and to help everybody in there out. So there you go. Now let's get ready to rumble here. We're going to open in 7 minutes. Okay, that's not a big deal. Let me just say what's going on briefly. In order to accomplish a bunch of stuff for my derisking thing, which finally is working now, I had to update IRT to the latest, which is at this moment a beta version. And that's why there's when I use my typical navigation buttons here, and I've been on IRT, it doesn't work. I got to figure that out. I didn't even think of that. When focus is on Bookmap, it works as usual. I used to just use the right and left keyboard arrows to change that. Now, when I'm on Bookmap, it works fine. But when I have the focus on IRT, no worky, Joe. I'm assuming that those hotkeys have something to do with something else in this new version. So what I've done, I've had to do based on a thing from Eddie from support was I had to update to 16.1 64 build, which is a beta. And this will be coming out as the production at the end, later this month, according to Eddie, so or support, which is now pretty much Eddie, I think. Chad Payne left. Eddie has kind of picked up some support duties. Bill Lynn has, I think, pretty much retired and kind of given it over to his daughter, I heard. I don't know. This is really weird. I got to see about these arrows. This sucks. Because I'll forget that and be talking up and down and back and forth, and you guys won't know what the hell hit you. Well, that's a new one to figure out. Okay. So I'll just do it like this, I guess. Yeah. So we got 5 minutes here, and that's kind of spooky because it seems like we're way ahead of things. But it's let's just continue on here. In order to trade with Bookmap, which I suppose you would imagine is pretty important, you have to activate the trade control panel here, and then this is the new Bookmap. I also had to update that as well. This is 7.7.0 builds 19, I think. 19, 16, I don't know. Build something. Build 19, okay. And then you select an account, and that activates the trade control panel. But first you need to do a couple of things, which is confirm that you're on the correct session statistics, so you're plotting to the right place. Make sure I use multi-brackets. This is where I implement the risk-neutral methodology. And this basic package now for the high volatility is 16 ticks. So the smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number. And then you implement the stop loss for the entire package. And now is not the time to be figuring this out. This should have been long before now in your homework period, but let's assume it's correct for you as it is for me. T1 is automatic. The size is for half of the package, and the stop is for the same number of ticks positively as the stop. I mean, and the take profit target is for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner, and your runners can be all over the board, however you set it up. So once that's done, then notice that the trade control panel now has the contract size in there, and I don't need the trade control panel tools anymore. It's not active because I haven't picked my account. I'm not sure I'm happy about the account numbers being flashed all over the place with this new setup, so I want to see if I can hide those somehow. Sorry, but I don't need those tools, and I have all the metrics replicated across the top up here. So I can click the button again. I guess can't get away from it, I guess. Let's pick that one. Okay. I can click that button again, and now I have all of the metrics. I have cancel, I have close, and there we go. So this is going to be an experimental day. It took me 4 days to get everything configured and updated, both of my platforms, and, oh boy. All the stuff an old guy likes to do, not. So let's see if we're going to open in about a minute. And if these guys are going to reset, and I'll, go through my usual burst of cursing. I don't know whether I'm going to have to do something with OBS. I don't know why. I'll have to look at this after hours. I'm sorry. Multitask guy, remember that always. So we're going to open in about 15 seconds. Let's see if these reset on time as they should. I hope. Boo boo. The answer to that question is no. There, I did that manually by just double clicking. Irritating. So there we go. We'll worry about Blue Boy in a little bit because you got to be real careful of this active data column here. You can, if you accidentally click anywhere in this column, you've got an order or a trade on that you may not have expected. And we've already taken out the ETH high and are poking our nose up at the previous high. And you see that I've got to now get back over here to IRT and change these to, wait a minute. Change these to the RTH session from the full session. There we go. Okay. This was quite a moment of trepidation for me. I've got this backed up and restore points going on and all kinds of crap. The last firm production version and the one of the IRT version that I was using was 3.5 years old, 15. So they're just getting their act together to come out with the new version since Chad's left. So that'll tell you something. That's why I was a little bit nervous about it, as you might imagine. Okay. Still have lags coming out our kazoo over here. There's our open. Here we are. There's the open right up here at the top, still within range and within the current irrational exuberance, to quote our old friend Greenspan. Well, I am just puzzled as to why in the hell the keyboard thing doesn't work. That's so weird. I wouldn't have thought that had anything to do with the monitor. Huh. Oh, well. Shows you what I know. So here we are at Bookmap. Our POC has jumped up here. We have a real tight range. We've got the IB high and the IB low. We've taken out the overnight high, whatever that was, the previous IB high. See how cute it is that you put those initials in there? Isn't that sweet? And here's our IB high right up here at the previous RTH high. And what was that? What was that? Why did that do that? How did I do that? I never know how some of those things happen, but it's interesting. Okay. Okay. Making sure everything's happening here. I hope, I think, maybe. You never know. That is really annoying. I'm real used to that clicking back and forth here. I'm sure I'm going to screw that up 1,000 times. I'll be talking about something on Bookmap and I will have hit the buttons, but it hasn't switched the view. I don't know. That's an OBS thing. I don't understand why updating IRT would have affected that. I have to think about it before I start changing stuff. So let's see, what have I forgotten? Where are we? What's going on? Well, irrational exuberance reigns supreme. We're out the top of yesterday. We've got Hag South declaring war on the world. It's over with this morning. Trump's going to be in front of the microphone around 2:30. Rubio at 2 or 1400. Remember, all times that I refer to here are Central Standard Time. So, and that's what you see on the charts and everywhere else. There you go. So now what are we doing with the initial the initial balance breakout? So the gold in this particular chart and system, the gold levels here are the high and low of Asia. This is a 24-hour system, right? The gold levels are high and low of Asia, London, and this is New York or U.S. And this is so weird. I got all these different things going on here I'm not even aware of. I mean, I'm not familiar with. We got level 2 book. That's a good thing. This profile is the week. So this is only showing what happened yesterday and will continue to build today. This particular strategy is the IBEF based on the statistics from Edgeful, which I'll show you. Once we get some development over here, we'll be able to take a little better look, I think. And we're still lag city, I suppose, yes. What's happening with volume? Still holding its own, but we're up to 2.25 for the ATR. This is another IB system. This is the original one that I showed you, which uses zones. Of course, nothing is, none of these apply because it's not, the initial balance is the first 1 hour. Oh, God damn. And it hasn't switched again. Sorry about that. Ugh, this is going to be painful. Okay. I don't see anything happening here now. Why? Let's go to automatic and hopefully it's not some disaster. Okay, there we go. Here we are today. So we gapped up considerably over previous RTH session, not ETH. So we're working on a gap up in terms of both close and range. Is that right? That doesn't seem very right to me. Hold on. This is the bar indicators. This is working on another strategy. Let's hope. Well, yeah, something's wrong with that other chart because you see here where we had volume. And as you remember in the pre-market, we did not open gap up. This is Tuesday's RTH, Monday's RTH, and here's Tuesday's trade, RTH. So something's going goofy over here in bar. Something's crazy in the bar. Be careful. I don't know what, but that isn't right. So I'll have to get to the bottom of that. This is the new, I never use beta. Okay, it's just a rule. But I had to in order to be able to do this de-risking event, which de-risking strategy, which I will show you here. Oh man, this is weird. Okay, I'll be right back. Hey, Anton. Good morning. Well, a lot of hocus pocus has gone on in my ever shrinking world here, but I've made some progress. So I'm I've got the whole de-risking set up working now, and all of the everything that I needed to do. We are, out the top and looking higher. I'll go through all of that in a minute. I'm just identifying anomalies. I had to update IRT, which I have not done for over 3 years because I usually only work production software. And I confirmed with the support, i.e. Eddie, yesterday, that in order to achieve what I needed to for the de-risking idea, I had to update to the latest, which is, you'll see right up here, is 16.1 beta, which will be production later in this month. And I did that, and it did work. But now there's some other anomalies that don't. I also had to update Bookmap over the weekend to the newest version, which is 17.7.0 build 19. No, 17 or 7, I don't remember. There you go, 7.7.0 build 19. In order to get all this stuff working that I wanted to do, that I needed. And here we go. And now my screen changing buttons aren't working, which is pretty weird. I can go, for some reason, it's just around the new OBS, and I mean the new IRT, and I don't get it. Doesn't work. I don't know why. If I'm on Bookmap and I do the usual, I get the screen change. I don't, and as long as I focus is still remains on Bookmap, it jumps back and forth as it used to do. I just use the right and left arrow buttons on my keyboard. But when the focus is on Bookmap or IRT, nothing happens. So that's just handy as it. 2 left feet. Okay, we'll just rise above it and continue on here. Here we go. Responsive. I would have thought responsive selling because they were, long inventory all night. I probably didn't even get into that in the pre-market because I was so busy trying to figure the rest of this stuff out. But I think we're okay here as far as everything else. Oh, lags is not so bad. I'll reset in a minute. Watching these, the bar is all goofy. This is completely wrong. Oh, wait a minute here. This is completely wrong because we very definitely didn't gap up. That's ridiculous. We very definitely didn't gap up. So why this is showing that, I don't know at this moment. So we'll forget about the bar. This is correct. So here's Asia high and low, London and US currently with our zones in there. For the EFIB. And the old standard beauty over here is just plugging along, and whenever the IB sets, then these high and low values will come shooting across to both Bookmap if I choose to push it over there. And oh boy, this is fun, huh? I hope everybody's okay. It's we had a pretty beautiful day here yesterday. It's 22C at the moment and cloudy. And who the hell knows, It's going to be a fun-filled day. First of all, we've got 845. We've got the S&P, so there's some stuff coming out right now. S&P PMI and JOLTS. And then we've got, Jolts I think is the top of the hour. Let's just look quickly here. Let's look quickly here. Ah, damn it. This is no fun so far. Okay. 7:30-ish, 8:45s, we have S&P, and we've got Jolts and ISM at 9, top of the next hour here. So, and then we've got, you know, guess who? Hag South this morning at 7. Trump doing some wizardry at 2:30, I believe it is, 14:30, and then Rubio at 2, and, you know, 14:30, I guess it is, and I don't know, it's just one cluster after the next. Services PMI. Okay. And pretty much understood that the world doesn't have any faith in these numbers anymore, which is just really a bad sign. And our petrodollar is the petrodollar is evaporating. If that does, America's, you know, Rome too, I think. So keep your eyes on that price. Let's turn on the music here. See if this works. Now, that's another one. Let's see if, oh, that works. It's just IRT. Huh. Okay. Well, learned something new, huh? How the hell would that work? It's only IRT that does that. If I have any other option open on my right screen and use the arrows, it's functioning as normal. So good. Okay. Great. Know that one. And let's see what's going on with heat map world over here. Get that a little. Oh, I don't think 2,250 is going to work. Okay. So I hope you guys are okie dokie. Welcome to the stream. Any new ones out there, which aren't very many usually. There's always these views, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess bottom line is I don't know. Lots of views sometimes, but I don't know what to do or how to do it. Let me get some new tea and I'll run through this de-risking concept with you two are here. All right. I wonder how the hell that. Okay. Of course, let's go higher. Come on, let's put in it. Let's go to 9 million. What do you think? Everything's great. Jesus. Let's see if this reset. is not reset. Yeah, okay, so now it's reset when I if you want, well, you guys don't have IRT, so it doesn't matter, but for the sake of the stream, if you I have this when it doesn't refresh, you know, periodically, like every few seconds or bars, like other program, like other charts, because I want the I'm trying to, you know, limit the bloat, shall we say, with RAM. So in order to update, you notice that this is updated properly now, where all of these levels are black, except the few that have been taken out. Overnight high, overnight high or low, and the previous high. That's all that we've taken so far, actually. The way you do that is you shift, click this little guy down here, and it recalculates the chart. Notice up here at the top, recalculates the stack. So that's how it works. That's about meaningless for anybody that doesn't have IRT, but there you go. In case somebody's cruising by here and doesn't know that, boom. Boom, bitty boom, bitty boom. And for the sake of the stream, again, this is my virtual trading journal. And the concept is everything that's on my screens here, I capture on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So that's the concept here. Let's take a look at the statistics story now. So this is edgeful. What's in play got to say? Initial balance is forming. We've got these two based on this ICT thing it was kind of an interesting report, actually. I'd never even heard of it, but you know, this guy this is that inner circle guy or whatever his name is, but this is something they picked up that they thought had merit. How the ES performs based on the 12 o'clock or midnight opening time frame against wherever you are. So it's a short bias, 67% reversal back to this. So the way you can do that, these are the edgeful indicators, which if you have that plan, you can automatically use them in TradingView, which I've never used before, so I'm, you know, I apologize. I guess this is the closest way to say it. I don't know. For example, I don't even know how to make the damn thing scroll to the right on time. So this blue line right here, I think I have it in there. Well, I thought I had it on there, but maybe I don't. Midnight. This time, which could be right somewhere. Right there. That open time right there. That calculates statistics based on how our trade works today against this open time at midnight. And I don't know why that's not there. I thought sure I had that in there. ICT midnight. Yeah, what happened? I thought I had a blue line there. What's going on? You can see I really know what I'm doing over here. In other words, I don't. Anyway, so that's one of the interesting ones. That's this thing up here. Let's look at the initial balance, which is a pretty important. These are the in plays. Initial balance. Retracement. You can also look at the individual reports up here, and I'm pretty much of a donut, but I'm trying to get my head around this because I think it's going to alleviate my fixation on. So here is our opening balance stats. And then we can filter this down to try to get to the day of the week. And let's look at Tuesday. There we go. So there's 0 over the last 1 month, 6 months if we want. There's a 4% break, but I think what I have started to realize is looking at statistics for the more recent period, because I mentioned that earlier in one of my streams here, that the stats on my initial balance trade looking back 5 years are great. Expectancy and everything else, but some of it's not making any money now. So I think it's important to look at the more recent time frame. I mean, stop and think about how the markets have changed just in the last year and since Christmas, or since the first of the year. Anyway, so here's the breakout. Double break. There's no Tuesday in the last month, which is not very many. You see, it's just April and May. Has there been a double break, which I think is crap, because Tuesday. Sorry, days of the week, because I was going to say because yesterday did. Well, that's Monday. Okay, let's look at Monday. You should better say 20%. Okay, it does so. All right. Then you look at the sub-report retracement, and this is where I'm stumped. I think this may not be working right. No initial balance breakout, only breakdown on Tuesday by any size by wick. Now, I am kind of curious whether I want it to be by wick or by close. I kind of think I like by close better, but that does have some differences. I'm not sure what this is saying, to be honest with you. Typically, let's go 6 months. So there they are. And the way you use this, the way I understand to use this particular report is, if the initial balance breakout, which is to the upside, they call breakdown to the downside, occurs, there's a 33% probability that the trade will break out and retrace to within the 25% level of the IB range. 16% retrace to 50%, and 75 is 8. So if you wanted to pick anytime you retrace past 25%, you use that as an entry. Put your stop below 50%. That reduces the risk and it minimizes the stop being hit. Now, only 16% of the time would it have been. That's how I believe you're supposed to use this thing. And there's one other one here by rejection I'm trying to figure out a little better. IB formed first. The IB high formed first. The first break is 26% that it will be the IB high, and 68% that the IB low will be the first break, and vice versa. So in other words, I don't know a hell of a lot about what I'm doing with this thing, but I think it's valuable and will become so, even more so. I am pretty perplexed about some of this, though. It is so weird. See if I can figure out this hotkey story over here. I'm going to restart IRT here to try to get rid of this lag. We're at the top of the hour, so we've got reports should be out and done. The volume ought to be hit. And volume didn't pick up much, but the ATR did. Let's see what happens now. What happened here? Why is it doing stuff? And all kinds of tricky stuff. I'm going to be really chapped if I screwed myself over with this updated thing. I don't think so. He's not playing nice trade, apparently. How is this? It's got two of everything going on, it looks like. Well, let's try to shut her down and see what happens. It's duplicating a whole bunch of charts and stuff. So we're popping up the IB high. We've got the previous Globex high up above us at the 80s. And of course, a horse is a horse of course. You know what that song's about, boys and girls? Trivia. Mr. Ed, there you go. The talking horse. Oh, Wilbur. Well, okay, now what are we doing? We're on the full mini tab. We didn't change over. That's not good. This is why I hate beta. Who the hell knows? Save all. Okay. It didn't have a flag, it doesn't look like. Well, fingers crossed. So let's see what's happening. We're going to take that IB high, so they're just going to keep grinding it up. I hope somebody got on the long. That's nowhere in my world. That is complete crap, and I have to figure out why. Huh. There is no gap. Oh, I know what it is. I'm zoomed in too tight. If I wind back, yesterday is going to be up here. Well, I'm going to leave it like that for now and then wait till the gap smooths out. Get rid of the fractals. Okay, this looks like it's okay. Get rid of the opening range. We don't need that here. Okay. Savey. Oh, this is frustrating. You okay now? You got your shit together thing? That. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. What else don't we need? Well, we can put the profile on there, I guess. That's the weekly profile again. This is all so that this is all in order to be able to do this risk neutral thing, or this risk de-risking idea I have, which is out the top we go. See if I can get this over to, doesn't look like it's going to take the focus. I don't know. Well, the keyboard's working now, so that is restarting and fixed that. I mean, the key switch is working, but the IRT doesn't look like it's having a very good day. It's kind of frozen up or something here, it looks like. This is why I don't ever want to use beta. See if we can get the session prices pushing and just to hell with it. Well, that's pretty frustrating. I guess IRT is not responding is what I would guess. It looks like that at least the dashboard is not. I mean, whatever you call it, menu. Is there something going on down here? Well, I can't do anything here, so I'm gonna. Well, now it seems like it's thinking. The whole purpose of doing this was so I could maintain continuity for those session levels for everybody, and that's now looking like it's in jeopardy. Boo, hiss, boo. They're pushing automatically within my machine, so I don't know whether, I guess they're okay. I don't see any panic attacks on the notifications or anything, so. Data spike on rhythmic detected. Well, that's not good. Somebody said something. Here we go. I guess. Get away. Yeah, something's really goofy here with the data. Well, that's a lot of fun. I'm so glad I did that. We're dumping for a reason. I'm not sure what that might be. We're back to the previous RTH high. At least Bookmap is plugging along. I'm going to let IRT just simmer over there for a while and then shut it off. Bring it back up and see what happens. Somebody said something, obviously. Somebody blew something up or who knows what. Somebody fell out of the clown car, maybe. You never know. I saw something on the news. You know, yeah, whatever. Well. I'm gonna have to see if I can shut down IRT here and just hope for the best. There we go. Get away. Shoo. Do we know what that was? Well, we're approaching the IB, so that's something. See if Walter Bloomberg got anything to say over here. Up here. No Fed cuts until 2027. Everybody already knows that one. Except we're not looking for a fight, really. The guy that changed his title from Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of War. Oh my God. It'd be pretty funny if it wasn't so dangerous or pathetic. Some senator, I didn't watch it, but some senator, I think it was a senator, anyway, some congressperson, he was testifying. And some congressperson who's been there a while and has a pretty good command of what laws are on the books or not, Exeth was making them up. And the guy called him out, and he had to finally admit it. He was just trying to buffalo it by making it up, you know, like making up that there was a law that said what he was saying. Jesus Christ. Crazy, huh? Pretty crazy. Well, we're going to try IRT again and see what happens here. Let's see. Okay, use the default location. I've told you that 6 freaking times. Do it. Okay. Let it see what it's up to here. It's having a problem with the database location, which has been the same thing for many years. Hey, whatever. I'm easy. So we'll see if this works. I hope you guys are trading successfully and making money and all those kinds of things. Boy, what a square dance we're having over here on the IB, huh? Or the POC. Look at this, crazy Ivans all over the place. Wow, it's 15 minutes. So the IB statistic is going to come into play here in 10 minutes. If you don't know what that is, it is based on, as in the pre-market, the IB is the low and the high of the first 1 hour. So 09:30 Central Standard Time, the initial balance is going to be set. That statistic is probably the most widely known statistic in the futures trading anyway. The most probable level that will be achieved every day, or statistic in every trading day, all 4 open types, is the IB statistic, which simply says that after 9:30, or at some point between 9:30 and 1600 Central Standard Time, there is a 97.4% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited. And something's going crazy with the market over here, so I'm going to stop talking about this. Get back to look at this noise over here. Yeah. So that's the IB statistic. 97.4% probability today. Would that have been a bar trade? Look at this little consolidation right here. Break way out and a retest back up. I don't think shorting this market would be a good idea from the looks of things. I'd say they've got enough crack in the water cooler to take this thing to 8,000 before too long. Incredible. Stock market is crap. The AI thing doesn't look like it's real. Inflation's up. The debt looms and grows. And the market rocks. Petrodollar's collapsing. I just don't see I don't see all this upside. I'm assuming that everything's working here. Stream-wise, it seems to be so. No mid-drop frames, and everything's trickling along, so that's a good thing. I don't know who's trickling in and out, but somebody, apparently. Okay. Good for you. Well, it seems like out the top we go with more boom for something happened somewhere. That looks, thin air. We're flying on thin air, baby. Why? I don't know. And of course, remember that the IB, for everybody usually here knows it, but trying to see how this works. Up and down, back and forth. 5 viewers, 3 viewers, whatever. How that goes. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. Be sure it's just a couple mouse clicks. Like and subscribe. It's a big deal. And drop something in the chat. Antonio and Anthony and I primarily carry the load for the chat room. Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. And I'm going to get into, as soon as it seems like IRT gets its knickers out of a knot and everything, and this news stupidness subsides. Start figuring. I'll give a rundown as to all this, the direction I've taken here now, the change in direction. Something pretty weird. And shut off a few of these ORBs here again. Seems like it's okay now. Its lags are gone and it seems to have stabilized. Fingers crossed. Oh, cool. Nice job and a nice business. What I don't think is real about it is all this crap about the data centers and all that kind of bubble, and I don't think there's enough control over it actually. Yeah, for stuff that lower level kind of menial tasky kind of stuff, I suppose it's great. I mean, we use it every day, right? We've been using AI on auto. Here's a perfect example of AI we've used for a long time. Autocomplete, autocorrect on your phone. How well does that work for you? Or autocomplete. That's AI. Figuring out what you're going to say, essentially, and doing it. But yeah, I think it's. I just don't think all the hype. It's a Ponzi scheme. All this. ChatGPT is borrowing money. Say NVIDIA is claiming big revenues because ChatGPT is buying a bunch of their chips, and ChatGPT is borrowing money from NVIDIA. Seems like a Ponzi to me, and it could just be me. Probably is. And I do have a problem with things like where no regard is there's no guardrails for people, Everybody's all excited about robo-taxis. Got any idea how many people depend on their job as an Uber driver to support their wife and family? What's going to happen to them? So Elon Musk, that useless piece of crap, Afrikaans, can make more money? I don't like that, as you can tell. And I think it's a bubble that's going to pop. Well, not that it isn't a good technology in a sense, but that it is. The numbers and the stuff are way out of line. And this is what I read. I mean, I'm certainly no financial wizard, obviously, but like Patrick Boyle and, Manoj Pradhan and those kind of guys say stuff that I think is meaningful. But yeah, I mean, like spell check, spell check and autocomplete, that's AI. So, we've all been using that for a long time. And I'm trying to figure out what all these freaking lines around here are. What is this thing? And I guess a lot of people are using it for trading, I guess. So probably that'll probably are about any edge, and we'll need to go find something else to do. I don't think it would be a good thing to have the security infrastructure around passwords and everything, completely collapse. What would we do next? What would be the replacement? I don't think that's a good thing either, any more than I think displacing all the people who make a living with Uber, that's the same idea. Just me. All of a sudden, everybody's bank account is not protected anymore. There's no security because all the passwords are broken in a second. There's a good idea. and everything else that's encrypted. That's the part that I don't think anybody's responsible enough to put guardrails on, because they're all functioning on maximum greed, and that's it, in my opinion. I guess maybe I'm just jealous. Well, I don't know exactly what the hell's going on, to be honest with you. Looks like IRT's come right. I will cautiously jump over here again. I'm afraid of what happened with the bar story. Going to leave that alone until after hours, because there's absolutely no gap. What I suspect this problem is yesterday's market was down like this. It's the, we're only looking at 5 minutes over here, so that's probably a big part of it. There's the EF IB setting up. There's the old beauty setting up. Get rid of these fractals again in this opening range story. And back to this. Save all. Well, that seems to be working, so I'm pretty happy about that now. Maybe that last restarting it was having a problem with the data backup, or the database backup location. I don't know why, but maybe that's it. Or it was it or something. Anyway. So the IB approacheth. Actually, no. Woo, hush my mouth. The IB's been set, and it has not been taken on either side. This pop right here was before 9:30, so that actually brought the IB up here, the IB high. Our range is now 64 to 86, well, 22 points, I guess. And yeah, yeah, you're exactly right. I'm sure AI is a great thing for the future. We'll see. So what have we got? Well, I'm sort of happy that IV seems to be working, and the click button seems to be working again. That's all good. That was pretty fuzzy for me, to figure out. So here we go. IB highs up, IB lows right down there, and what have we got? A balanced profile. We are outside of yesterday's range at the moment, so if you were Jim Dalton, you'd be saying value is building higher. Slightly overlapping and higher. Actually, value is not overlapping at all. Range is. And, yeah. That's fantastic for your wife. Good for her. What a great idea. I've always thought that travel business was super. And then, of course, you guys get all the VIX. You guys get all the perks, too, because you can travel for ID90s, right? Like the airlines. That's also great. Okay. Well, let's see if I can exponentially grow this business now. So the reason for all this falderall, let's just see some. Ooh, oh, it works. Yay, me. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, IRT. Here we come down to the mid and the VWAP. Oh, wait, is the VWAP VWAPing? Yeah, okay, cool. I reset that early this morning. I wanted to remember that I did that. So I'm going to take the next critical step here and see if I get the see if I can get the Cloud Notes guide to do what it's supposed to do here. We'll put the IBEF on here and see how that works. So now the IBEF should, all of this stuff here, these levels, zones, should push magically over here to Bookmap in the next update. Or the thing will start smoking and blow up, or something will happen. I hope that works anyway. Yeah, there we are. So there's the IB high 25, 50, and IB low 25. These are the statistics for the retrace based on the IB or the edge fold thing, which I was pointing out earlier. Right here. And I'm still pretty puzzled as to this one here. Well, yeah, this makes a little more sense. So, looking back 6 months on the ES, 33% of the time, and this is on the close, not the wick. On a Tuesday, 33% of the time, the IB was taken to the upside and retraces to 25%. 16% goes to 50, and there you go. On and on. IB breakdown, and then there's a big thing they have with which IB level gets put in first, and I always forget which report that is. I apologize. There you go. 60 minutes by wick. IB low first break is high as 77%. If the IB low was put in first. IB low forms first, IB high forms first. These are the percentages. With probability. And in our case, the IB low was put in first because it's still been down there for a long time. I'm pretty sure. Let's see what this thing does over here. I don't even know. Yeah. And then you can also use these levels for and determine targets for profitability. I don't know anything about TradingView, so it's all new extravaganza. This isn't the best of the days to start this new philosophy of mine, but essentially what I'm doing is I should have made I guess I should have done a document about it, but my theory about de-risking and alleviating the paralysis by analysis issue, what seems to be, I guess Monkey Boy slipped that one in on me when I wasn't looking, I guess. So, as you guys know, yeah, we're stuck here too because we're in the nationalization thing, right? Yen's done everything for her. We're just waiting for the whatever the test and the swearing in thing for her, and then Tam has to wait another year or something because after she turns 18 she doesn't follow along after us, but we keep all the stuff to do with citizenship. And of course Tam did high school and now she's in college, as you well know. With it, yeah, we haven't haven't traveled any place since we've been back. We came here 5 years ago. We were just laughing how it's already been 5 years. We can't any of us believe it. We got here September of or end of August 21. So, and we've been to Denver for, and over up into the mountains for Christmas. Sent I forget the name of the town up there. And that's it. We haven't been anywhere. We go to the mall. We go shopping on Saturday. And I drive up to school, and that's as far as we get. And now that we've got the animals, we are really screwed as far as leaving. So back to the de-risking this thing. What I have decided to do is the following. I took a look at this over the weekend, and I have been trading my live personal account with AMP, as you know. Well, and I've de-risked down to 2 micros. That's as low as you can go, and still maintain a 2 lot and all that kind of stuff, so that there's some sort of risk neutral scaling, etc. And I looked at it from a point of view of, okay, so if every full stop on the mini 2 contract at the old way, 32 would be 32 ticks. What am I doing here? I'm making sure everything's working right. So what I've decided to do is, for the same price as for my old risk neutral was 12 ticks. So that was $30 with micros, or $300 with minis. So what I've done is I have acquired let me see if I can show this without all the, here's my username and password and bank account details and whatever else. So what I have done is I think this is okay. I have taken 5 25K Lucid Flex combines or evaluation accounts with Rhythmic, everything the same. Now, I essentially have these accounts have a no daily drawdown. They have small consistency in the evaluation, and they all go to live, and they all have a payout structure in before live, funded. They call it funded before live, or something. So, and I did a lot of research into it and talked to people. That this Lucid is the first thing that I found out was, because as we all have talked in here before, I had been around Top Step for years. The funding prop space has really changed. I was shocked. These are a one-time payment. There's no subscription, no nothing. These accounts cost less than one stop for the mini. One. So what I've done is, and the reason I had to do all this updating and stuff was because the system hookups for Lucid and all these things in both Bookmap and IRT didn't exist until these new updates to the program. So it's now all set up officially since last night. And what's going to happen here then is I have set this up on Bookmap. And I don't think this is gonna do anything weird either. Let's check. Where did it go? Here we go. So this is the Lucid. This is the trade copier built into Bookmap. You pick, in this case, I don't guess you guys, I don't think anybody's gonna steal everything I do, but here we go. So you choose the lead account and the backup or the copy to accounts, and you say save and OK, and miraculously the minute, and this is tied in all through Rhythmic, I take one trade over here in Bookmap, and it automatically and magically copies everything to those other accounts. It's exactly what I was doing with Top Step in the fall until they stopped immediately, just chopped off supporting Rhythmic, and I had those 5 accounts within one trade of the profit target and funding. And I was trying to, that's why I said, okay, screw this. And I had a pretty bad taste in my mouth, and I went just to my own account. But I realized that after I stopped having such good success with the initial balance, I realized that I was, I've realized over about the last 2 weeks, and that I have to do something here, and I have to do it quick and get to payouts and get funding without risking any of my dollars. So at this point, after the initial purchase of those 5 combines or evaluation accounts, I have a $9 a monthly charge for Rhythmic CME data level 2 only. That's it. Well, so what I will do then is all the trading on Bookmap is exactly the same, and it'll, there'll be this thing down here, which will show all of the accounts and all that stuff, just like normal. But it will be going to that Lucid stuff. Now, the profit target for funding is $1,200. So that's, the 50Ks are $3,000 and $2,000, just like Top Step. But these are $1,200. There's no daily loss limit. There's a maximum drawdown of 1,000. So it's got the best drawdown to profit target ratio of any of the offerings, and there's no rules. It's 2 minis or 20 micros. Well, how does your risk management fit with that? So that's where I'm at and what I'm going to be doing now. And I'm really looking forward to, this is the first morning that all this crap has been working, so We'll see, you know, and this is not the morning to be trying out some new trade. I'm real excited to put one on, assuming that I get a signal. I'm not changing from the signal at all, and this will tie together in, I hope, my plan, best laid plans of mice and old cowboys. This will tie into the new trading data that I'm getting provided by Edgeful, rather than all these countless hours and somewhat futility of me trying to figure out all this coding. So that's where I'm at. That's the de-risking, the new plan. And I realized the flaw in my logic somewhat in that, well, if you're going to make $1,200 or whatever it is trading with these things, you could do the same with your live account, and you weren't. And so what's up with that? And the old thing, if you can't trade, you know. And I realize all that stuff, but there's, I have a pretty good control of myself and my emotions and monkey boy as far as over trading and sticking to my plan and all those kinds of things. But obviously something was eating on me inside there about this paralysis by analysis thing, or the hesitation. So I'm hopeful that this is going to be a somewhat logical solution to that. And it could be just bullshit and bus tickets too. You never know, you know what I mean? But I have to do something, because this is how I'm supporting myself since, you know, my career folded up or evaporated. And more importantly, supporting us, which if it was just me, I wouldn't care, but it isn't. And I'm hearing all this stuff, you know, like when I go to Edgeful I review some of the Edgeful videos about, because I want to understand how they're using the data. And, you know, I'm averaging $20,000 a month on payout, and they're just doing this payout. There's a whole new game around payouts and prop firm stuff apparently. And Tradeify and Lucid seem to be the top two at this moment, and I originally went with Tradeify, which is a branch of Tradeivate, who is owned by Ninjas, thinking, well, there's a lot of depth there. They've been around a long time. It's pretty secure, ... Well, guess what? They don't support the Tradeify. Wasn't supported by IRT for the system logon, and I have a very definite commitment to all the people who use the session, who I provide the session prices to continue that. Now, that's why so then I realized, then I just closed that off and argued with the guy and got the refund, and then went with Lucid, because neither did Bookmap, but Bookmap had a Lucid system. And then I discovered that IRT, the new version of IRT, Eddie pinged me yesterday that the new version, this new beta of IRT has a whole bunch of those systems in there now. So that's why I updated that last night. Now you know everything I know. Sando. Oh man, I wanted to tell you something. It's pretty funny. Just doom scrolling YouTube, and there's a young guy and a smoking hot young gal, side by side pictures, right? And she's in a bathing suit or something. And as you go by, you notice that her exact movements and her face movements and all that stuff is exactly him. Well, some young fella, here you go with AI. Some young fella cooked this deal up, and apparently the girl isn't even real at all. So it's not like a picture of this smoking hot girl that he just laid over the AI thing. But I don't know how he did any of this stuff. But it's just this young, 18-year-old something or another, kind of a out of shape looking kid with a big smile on his face, obviously, making these facial gestures and doing all this hand stuff and all this. And you see this smoking hot girl on the left. And that's what he posted up. And he made $43,000 the first month. Instantly got over the $1,000 for YouTube monetization, and then the thing went nuts. She's not even a real person. It's just 100% AI. And that's also what's been happening around the world with child pornography and pedophilism. They're doing the same thing, only they're making it look like little kids. So a lot of up and down sides to AI. But boy, my hat was off to that kid who made, imagine making 43 grand. And he's just dancing around, kind of fat young guy, it was pretty funny. If I could find that, if I could find that one, I would, because it's really funny. Here we go. Are we going to take the high? Now, the low was put in first, so the probability is the high would be taken. And that's a edgeful stat. Then after the high is taken, in this configuration, the statistic would be then that after the high is taken out, then there's a X% probability to retrace to 25%, which is what this is. The idea is to put the entry, my theory is between these two, and then put your stop down here under 50, because there's a very low probability that it gets down there. That's the thinking. Over here, the way this system works is just exactly that. It doesn't think of the probability with the IB first, high or low, but once there's a breakout, that's the breakout, duh, football, pretty creative. Then a pullback, and the way I've got this coded is between 50 and 25. Then the stop is below 50 or at 50. And on the short side, because there's a difference in the statistics, the stop, the entry is at 50 and the stop is at 75 or 25%, which is way too wide in most cases. What do we have here? We got a 62, we got a 22 handle range, and the risk on that is 1250 points. Right? So, there you go. What's going on over here? Let's see this. I'm still trying to figure this thing out. So it's a neutral bias. No, it's a positive bias. The initial balance by rejection is 77%. The low formed first. So it's a 77% probability we'll take the high. A single break, 75%. An opening candle, 75%. This IF, whatever this idiot's name is. Idiot. He made millions of dollars, but I don't think exactly in the most reputable way, but there you go. So I think that's all I know. Now I'm curious to see what happened to that IB. And these are those levels. And if you want to use this thing to pick your targets, you can, and all the targets are from this report over here, which says IB. Continue. I'll just try to do this as quickly as I can. The standard report is level. So this is the IB levels one. And if you're looking at all days breakout, this is 10% of the range, 50% of the IB range. These are the percentages of probability, percentage of times that in 6 months these extensions were met or achieved. And you can also do those on this indicator. Now I'm going to, assuming that all this starts working fairly reasonably, I'll just reproduce these indicators for IRT like I've done here. See if that works. That's my thinking. Yeah, Ying's the same way. She's definitely the boss. You know, my wife's the boss, and I've got her permission to say so. The thing that's got me on my back foot, big cloud over my trading all the time, is this geopolitical crap. You know, who knows what Tweets or us is going to do next. That's, but what do? The only thing I know to do that is to trade as you see them and just keep your risk at a minimum. That's as far as I can figure. Now, if I were to take this trade, oh, that's something I forgot I got to do here, I think. No. Okay. And this is, I've not taken one here, so we'll see what happened. But let's just look at this logically. This is 80, 86. That's 6 handles times 4 is 24 points. So that's wider than my brackets. And I don't know how to set multi-brackets up to do percentages of this stuff. Be honest about it. I can do it on IRT. Oops, wrong window, sorry. I can do it on IRT, but I don't know how to do it on Bookmap, frankly. I'll tell you, the biggest thing to keep you tied down to one location are pets or animals. That's the biggie. My son and his wife are in Mexico right now at Sayulita for a week or so. And that was all predicated on the availability of a niece to be free at school, to stay at the house, to take care of their dogs. You know, it's a big deal. And our cats would never survive. Pretty sure of that. Lucky's away from Yang for 10 minutes at a time. He starts to have a nervous breakdown. Never seen a cat so emotionally connected to a human. And vice versa, actually. Well, here we go. The music quit. Mambo, Jumbo, let's get some Let's get some rocking and rolling going on here. Here's Trump signing crap. That's not a good sign. That's not a good one. What? Jesus. What is that all about? Proclamation restoring presidential fitness test. The presidential fitness test. Okay. There you go. There you go. Sorry about that. I couldn't resist. Wow. Yeah, well, the only reason we have a robo thing, you know, that robot litter deal, plus a regular one, because they, you know, they like to do different stuff, different places. But the food and the water isn't such a big thing, I think. But I think Lucky would have an emotional breakdown if he wasn't around. Panda, not so much. As long as I'm alive and the snack train keeps rolling, I think she's probably okay. But Lucky would have a real meltdown. And dogs, you're absolutely right. Dogs are just a big problem because they need to be walked and exercised and all that stuff. But it's fortunate that my stepson had 2 kids, 2 girls who are now grown up in Denver and also live in Denver and have been, so they're my son's step nieces, I guess you could say. But all pretty close. One of them is staying over there while they're in Mexico. Well, is this going to be a bar here? Look at this. We got a little consolidation right here. We got a bar up here, broke down. We got a bar down here. We're going to get a test up and a pullback? Or what? Remember that the probability is for the IB high. That's the most likely. Now, none of these edgeful strategies work the IB failure, the IBF, which is what my original IB strategy does. So that's something I've got to figure out. We'll see. I'm dying to take a trade and see if this whole thing works. And it worked quite well before with top step. So I'm not too worried about it, but you never know. And there could be a report that, or a way to configure that IB to take into consideration or a break, IB failure. I don't know, actually. Okay, I'd say we're gonna get that IB high before too long, huh? Here, like about too long now, maybe. One would have to suppose that there's gonna be a big magnet at the 90. And then after this all works with just one of the basic 2 lots, I'll then start looking at the scale up idea. Smaller targets, more stock, more contract. Also de-risking. And maybe this is just all, if you see any flaw in that logic or my thinking, by all means speak up. I would really appreciate it. Well, let's see what's happening over here. So here are the zones. The IB has not been taken yet. We don't have any A's or B's or anybody. Look at you working. Look at Mr. IRT just working like a regular old piece of software. Isn't that cute? Okie dokie. Well, one would suspect that we're going to pop this top right up here. And then just looking at these levels, it would seem pretty far-fetched that we're going to pop the top and pull back to the 25 and then take it to the 90, but that's the idea. That's the statistic. And Tuesday is the worst IB stat day there is, by the way. Just haven't been working out much. And I'm really focusing on looking at a different time frame than time horizon, than that 5-year story. That's what you see in 6 months or whatever. And let's see, by level, by breakout. What does that do? Let's see if I can do the custom thing. Oh, well, before I do that, this is the general thing for the week, and let's do the day of the week over here. Where'd that go? Here we go. Let's just do Tuesday and see what happens. Not so bad. High was broken 12 times, low broken 7. Both. No break. Total days. This is 6 months. The idea here is that I will try to do as I have been doing, which is that when a trade triggers on IRT, it doesn't look right. that I will execute on Bookmap. And this doesn't look like a very good day to be doing this because it's a real narrow range and potentially news driven. Most everything has been lately. AMD reports after the bell tonight too, by the way. Spending a lot of time hammering around up here at the top. $72.90. Look at that crap. Amazing. Forget to do exercises while I'm standing here. It's so stupid. It's so fixated on this thing. It's just like drugs, I guess, or something, you know. Amazing. All I have to do is step back and do squats or whatever else it is. I'm still watching everything, but yeah. Anyway. So we're just toying around up here on this IB high. Nothing setting up, nothing to do as far as I'm concerned. The bar trade hasn't been anything. Of course, it's all dependent on your time frame, you know, which fractal you're operating in. That sound like the TLabs. Here's a bar. There's the breakout. There's the retest. So what? I think that in the day's basic context is up. So I would be assuming to take the IB high. We put in the IB low first, and that typically means then that the IB high would be the most likely suspect. There's a percentage for that. There's actually data for that. $70. Well, yeah, that's overnight low and previous RTH high, and those down there. Huh? When you a point of interest, meaning as a target for a short off these failure, or I guess, right? Let's see over here. What do we got? Yeah, here's the 70s. The developing value area low is right in there. And, you know, if you just look at this, it's been a mean reversion, hasn't it? Just rotational, I guess. I'm so tickled that everything's working here. I can't even stand it. That's pretty cool. No. Well, there would have been that perfect 25% retrace, but the only problem is didn't take the IB yet. Yeah, one little problem. One pretty little big problem. If you want to use my usual boomer indicator, flat on the top, no excess. What happened? The auction got chopped off and went the other way. What do I expect? Taper. Look at all of these. They all come down to some excess. All of them, eventually. You don't see hardly any ever that are flat. Now, oops, it's not as pronounced here, but pretty close. There's a taper and there's a flat one. So what do you think? I'd say it's pretty obviously, pretty high probability it's going up. Just if nothing more than to take that initial balance and then go from where, you know? I think those older kind of common sensey things often have a lot of truth in them. All right, yeah, got it. So a target or an entry possibility depending on where you are. Cool. I don't want to really not focus on the market here and what's going on, but I need to get into that edgeful thing sometime when my eyes are... There has to be a way to spin that data around looking at a IB failure, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe that's a suggestion for them. I'm going to step away for a minute here and I'll be right back. So get your trading fingers ready. Oh, cool. 83s. All right. Well, one of the things about this new de-risking concept, of course, is there's no possibility for your hedge idea, which is I would need to understand first anyway. So I thought this was probably the better thing to do first. Whoa, it's Tom time. Man, it's only 10:30. I was thinking it was later. Every now and then I get a notation flashy thing on my phone. It's just a picture of the Bookmap logo, but I suppose it's 10:30. I guess Tom still streams at 10:30, I suppose. I haven't done a live one in a long time. Well, here you go. What was your target? 80s? 88s? Well, there's 10 points for you. Congratulations, man. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, I know he's there. I just don't, I haven't paid attention to the live stream thing during the actual day. It used to be 10:30 to 12, I think. I suppose it still is. I believe Antonio used to watch it regularly. I believe, if I remember correctly. And of course, a lot of other people. Okay, 83s, all right. So you're well on your way there. A mean reversion, essentially. I'm trying to figure out what happened to this thing here. I thought there was a line there. There should be a line on this chart from right there. I don't know why there's not. Maybe it's... You know. I'm not very well versed. I would be completely uncomfortable trying to trade with this thing. The first thing about it that I find so strange, look where the trading buttons are. How unhandy is that? You're over here watching the market. That's why I opened the dome. You know, and another thing I think I might have mentioned yesterday, the only place you're going to find cancel all or close all is on the dome. No other where can you put these buttons anyplace according to what Google AI or whatever it's called had to say. I thought that was pretty weird. Maybe it's because I've got the cheapest, the basic thing. I don't know, maybe because they've got some plans that I was shocked at the price. It's like $300 a month or something, pretty near $300 a month for a Trading View plan. I thought that was I didn't expect that. Did not expect that. All right, stand by. I'm being summoned by the boss. Be right back. Yeah, baby. Well, you know what I didn't do is pull up. Stand by. Are you talking about Trading View? Oh, yeah, that's a Trading View. That's exactly right. This one? I got this. I've never had one either, but I did this because I didn't pay anything. Oh, yeah, I paid $12 or $9 or something because you can only use 2 indicators otherwise. And in this case, I wanted to use these edge fill ones, which come with the edge fill plan, and graphic or visualize what they're doing with the statistics, because I thought that might help. So this is the dome. This is not the dome. And these 2 buttons up here, which I guess could be fine. You see that I've set up a 2-lot risk neutral strategy, but you can't move them. Now, I did Google something, and it said some plans or somehow or another, these can float, so you could pull them down here where you could do something. But yeah, this is yeah. Well, these sessions are edgeful. This is the breakout or the continuation candle opening, to give you one of the things they use to establish bias. And this is the initial balance with the zones. And the thing, this ICT thing, which I was just curious about, should be right a line from right here at midnight, at the close of the midnight bar, right there. There should be a blue line going across over here. I thought. Let's see. Well, purple. Call me a liar. I don't know what the deal is. So obviously, there's some criteria about that I have no idea about. So there you go. This order thing? Yeah, but it doesn't have close, it doesn't have cancel, it doesn't have anything. This is where I set up the bracket orders. But what I was referring to is the only place you can cancel or close is on the dome. So I don't know. And being a guy that makes mistakes now and then, that cancel and close all is pretty handy. Yeah, I've never used TradingView either. I see a lot of people do, though. And I had no clue that it was such a full-featured, $300 a month. Go figure. Well, here we go. VPOC migration. Everybody dance. Here we go. Well, the VPOCs are working. The VWAPs are working. I guess things are working. Still got a lot of liquidity at 90. I standing by here for the signal, and I'm all ready to. I think I'm all queued up and ready to go for the trade. Again, this is now the first day that I'm on this multiple account evaluation at Lucid. With the book map copying to 4 other accounts. See how that works. Yeah, they all did. What's going on here? Ooh, I hope I didn't screw somebody up with this one. Yeah, me too. It's got to. Actually, there's no other option. And it's whistling out. I realize that, but I was really taken back when the vetted IB strategy, who had been working well, just suddenly didn't. I think it's a result of the environment, but I don't know. Maybe it's a fool's game, but I was sure surprised at how those things have changed, because I didn't pay any attention to any of that world for a long time. Terrible. profile, in my opinion. Not conducive to much follow through or pretty much anything other than mean reversion. Yesterday, of course, when there was a much more conducive session for trading, movement, you know, range, etc., it was none of this stuff was in place, and I was battling with support and whatnot on the back end to figure it out. Finally, I finally reached out to IRT support with a ticket, which I have done for years, and they got back to me pretty quick. What to do was to update to this beta. So that's what I did. So, 25 degrees, cloudy. See if any of this stuff is working over here. This bar thing has still got me pretty puzzled. I won't worry about now. Nobody home. And likewise, nobody home. Perhaps one of the most common sense deals with this these levels here around the IB and the zones is to is a Brooks 18 deal. Now, what this says quickly and succinctly is that after the 18th bar, and I put the 20th bar over here, something's changed for that, doesn't look right. Should say 20. Anyway, in the session, there's a 95% or 94% probability that the high or the low is in place already. And if you don't break out, the breakout story is that once you break out, there's a lower percentage that you retrace to the middle or to the opposite side, of course, because if it breaks out of the top, that means there's a 90% probability that the low is the low for the day. If it doesn't, then according to Brooks, this is an Al Brooks thing, price action deal. The idea is then that you trade the rotations, which doesn't make a lot, doesn't help me much, but there you go. And this is the IBEF. So what do we have on the cards? Nothing. Trump has been busy doing something. He's still talking. He is still talking at 10:50. And no sign of letting up. We've got Bowman, we've got Trump signing proclamations at 14:30, we've got 1400. Why, look at how these times are all goofed up. Why does it keep doing that? We've got 1400. 9:30 he signs the proclamation. Well, that was pretty cute. That's what he's doing now. And 1400 is Rubio. Oh, man. Something I found pretty curious is that all of this Iran, which is, I would suppose, top priority, all of these meetings and negotiations are being done by other than the Secretary of State. And I don't know really what he's been up to. Maybe he's just focused on Cuba because that's obviously his, naturally would be his most important thing, being a Miami Cuban. I'm not sure if his folks were Maryalistas or not. I think they were. Well, they've tested your entry again, but no heat, and now you're back down in the money. So let's see if they can get down to your 72s. I would have no idea what to think apart from just standing by for the levels in those structured trades. Yeah, that's kind of what I was meaning without being quite so. I sometimes I think I'm way too opinionated here. Well, it's probably not a good thing to do. Certainly. But yeah, I mean, at least the other guy, whatever his name is, not Kushner, but the other one, at least I think he's at least part of the State Department. Where the hell did Kushner come from? Just because he's banging what's his name's daughter? I mean, you know. Yeah, there are so many anomalies in this whole thing nowadays that where do you start? I don't know. Yeah, that's for damn sure. No IB yet. Which doesn't mean we're not going to get one, but already 11 o'clock or 12 your time. Does your wife, is she able to do things from a home environment, or does she have to have a physical office and things? I suppose a physical office and stuff, like a travel agent, I guess, but maybe not. And none of my business, of course. Well, in the past 6 months, can't be right. Oh, on Tuesday. In the past 6 months, there's been one day, 4%, on a Tuesday, where there was no breakout, as measured by the close, not the wick. Now let's see if that, oops, right here. Six months. Let's see what the close does for it, or the wick or something. Where'd that go? There we go. The wicks should produce more results. Yeah. Now that's pretty amazing. There are no cases of no breakout on a Tuesday if you classify the breakout by the wick of the candle, not the close. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? I think, anyway. And 10 days out of the total of 25, the highest probability was both IB high and low. Let's see what happens with the statistics from, we're not going to do anything right in a big hurry. So there's this 97.4%, one or the other. Both is 30.8. So that means that there's a 2.6% probability that neither will happen based on these statistics over 1,732 days, which is that big range issue again. And I think that's cool. Yeah, I wouldn't suppose nowadays that with everybody so well connected, and especially Boca, that would really be. I'm sure that in service and those kind of amenities would be much more important to the people in that area than walking in off the street. Absolutely. They're getting their nails done, or they're, doing whatever, and some sort of concierge service is probably way more appreciated, I would think. So there's a slim to none chance we won't take one IB or the other. In looking back on Edgeville on a Tuesday, there's a higher probability we'll take both. That doesn't follow through with IRT. But I think that study I have in IRT is way too long a look back. Oh, there you go. Recession proof. Cool. Smart lady. And I suppose that target-rich environment for that kind of client in Boca would be my guess. That's really cool. Very, very smart. Anything you can do to get into that recession, pullbacky kind of immune group. That's great. Really great. Well, thank your lucky stars. Oh, that's great. That is really great. Well, this is just... Let's see what we have going on over here. Jesus, look at that. There you are. There is the session so far today. And if we don't get up here and take this IB high, I'm going to be pretty kerfluffled. I think that's kind of a different one. Who knows? We may not. Highly unlikely. I'd say the probabilities are way more that we will than that we won't. And in line with the edgeful stuff, the IB high is the likely one, and the NQ's already taken it just a little bit ago. Oh, cool. So she's from, is she from Ukraine also? Or that, I guess CIS, whatever you call it over there. That's cool. And that's really super. She's, yeah, you're right, in her blood, or she's certainly grew up around it, so it's common sense to her. Probably things that would be like remote ideas to you or I would be just common sense to her. Second nature kind of thing. That's great. Crimea. Oh, okay, cool. Small world, huh? You guys come halfway around or 3/4 of the way around the world and hook up and get married and are living in Boca. And it's always amazes me how things work out. always amazes me. Well, come on, man. Take the damn IV high out. Let's get this showing. I'm gonna take my trigger finger's itching over here. Monkey boys, you know, are jumping all over the room, swinging on the chandeliers and getting all excited. What they're gonna do is they're gonna fuss around with this crap until the noon hour, you know, and I'm gonna be off with medicine in my eyes, and then bing bang boom and all hell's gonna break loose. That seems to be what happens. I've got to just stop getting up at so freaking early and power through the cash session. Well, come on, man. I'm afraid this is only going to get popped on some geopolitical risk crap, you know? And then who knows? That's the problem with those. Who knows? Obviously, there's no question about context today. Obviously. Oh, matchmaker, make me a match, huh? That's pretty cool. Great story. Do you suppose these girls are gonna poke that thing through the IBI? My goodness gracious, what, they got one tick or something? Yeah, of course, 1120, sure. Sure. Sons of guns. Excuse me. There we go. Now they got it. Now, will they pull it back to the thing and then do the other thing? Let's see. We'll probably just go ripping out the top to the 90 up there and then Leave poor old Boomer standing back here in the dust. $1,347 stops for 15 orders. Every one of these boys and girls that are calling the top, huh? And now we got a big liquidity living down there. It's the 6. Come on, take it down. I'm dying to slap one on. Let's go down there. Come on. Come on. Well, now what this would be would likely be a signal on my old standby. Yeah, there's the A. There's the A. No continuation or pullback zone yet for the B signal. Am I showing you? Yeah, I am. Okay, that's me. Wow. Oh, there's a breakout. Okay. Now we need to, well, there was a breakout. I don't know what happened to that. Oh, it hasn't closed. That's why. It's got to close above it is how I did that. And then it'll be the trigger, and then yay, we're gonna be rich. I am so conservative about trading and my expectations. You know, I don't even want a Lambo. My Porsche is okay. Don't have a Porsche, actually. I did have years ago, but we have a Highlander hybrid. First car I've owned in, Jesus, 20 years. Because we were out of the country and didn't buy a car. Don't have the breakout yet. They still haven't been able to muster this 5-minute candle to close above the IB. Now what's going on in Edgeville, I wonder. Let's see what this thing's talking about now. No targets over there yet. Now we did get a B. It closed just on the line. Now if it'll pull back to that 25, which I doubt that it will do, that would signal a trigger. Between the 25% and the 50, actually. Between here and here. Close between here and here. And you see we have the one rule up there, and then we're looking for the second one, and Bob's your uncle. Okay. Well, there's our stat. How about that? Well, that's not a trigger. What the hell's going on here? That signal must be wrong. It was just flashing a trigger here a minute ago, and that's impossible. Or I'm, you know. Look at me. I think I'm a big shot when I'm talking. Ooh, look at us come. Look at us come down, drop down here. Ooh, baby. Well, what is this? Who said what here now? Which political wizardry was this? 12:30, 11:30? Hasn't got to the 25s yet. There we go. This looks a little scary to me. This looks like some kind of news-related drama here. And it actually did get down there. Right there. Didn't quite get to that level. Is somebody doing something? Did somebody attack somewhere, or what the hell happened here? IB's lagging. Yep, 25 seconds. That figures. So there was the trigger on IB. What I mean, on IRT. There was the trigger right there. Correctly so. But here's the problem. I don't know what to do about it, frankly. And I probably should have taken the long here. That was the signal. And I would be scaled and, you know, all that stuff. God damn. Well, not quick enough on the draw. And this kind of puzzles me because it did actually trade it all the way down to the POC. Oh, I really missed that one. I missed that one a lot. Damn it. The system took a trade on the over on IRT, but okay. Good. There's the breakout, there's the trigger, there's the trade. The thing I have yet to work out exactly about taking these on the book map, I have to be able to quickly identify my risk. You know? For example, the risk would be say it was here. 80. Oh, that's 5. Well, that's still 5 handles. That's pretty close to 16. I guess that's not too dramatic. You get all excited with these levels and not having a way to look at risk clearly and realize you're, way over your head. I don't want that to be the case. So I'm taking this real slow. I'm actually looking forward to, hopefully this is recording properly as it should be, and replay, so I can see how these things actually work and make sure everything's doing what it's doing and all that. Trying to think of how I could have dealt with that, actually. The only way that I could have done that I know of, because I don't think I'm ever going to be quick enough to hit an entry that fast, would be a resting order or a limit order. And I don't think putting a limit order at the POC is, it'd take me a while to figure out, work up the courage to do that. Okay, yeah, cool. I see where you're going. I'm not sure where your placements in your triggers work, but yeah, that's a good idea. Obviously, it's what it's what all the pros do, is hedge. Well, they better hurry up. My eyes are getting all blurry here. So it took 20 ticks. On a 2 lot. How the hell can that be? I'm not sure that's correct. I'll have to look at these things now. And none of this has got to do with these are just a straight up old-fashioned ideas over there. What's the bar up to? Is the bar open yet? Oh. Just be sure and focus on the profile. And definitely it is not a trending in a short here. Well, there's our B. There's a trigger. Well, that's pretty cool. We have not achieved T1 or obviously T2, so it's going to continue on until and that would be a counter trend trade, actually, I think. I don't have the levels pushed over here, but here's the IB, right? So 3 to 5 is the pullback. And 3 to 5 is the continuation points. So let's see if that actually bears out. And the problem with Bookmap, which I've bitched about way more than once, is the rules in my trading system are all based on close or low, high, close, whatever. This has got nothing to do with time. So where is the 5-minute bar that closed, had a low within the pullback zone? The only way I know to do that, which is but stupid and not very accurate, is this. There are candlesticks. Oh, this updated something and it changed the candles colors all around. I didn't used to do that. I guess I haven't run this since the new update. No, I have not. Okay. And so I can tell you right now that, let's see, where is this? 86. So 83. That's correct. 83. 81. Yep. So the low here is, this is the B. And the trigger, it would be one of these because the trigger is 1 point either side of the IB. So that's correct. Well, I got to change those colors. That's pretty funny. You know, I can tell you for one thing, if the strategies that I have and trade and work out 1 or 2 winning trades a week for my meager needs, and you could do it all on, TradingView, or what a pleasure not to have all this software and all this hocus pocus going on and going around and paying for and all this kind of stuff. One thing about TradingView, by the way, in case anybody in earshot here doesn't know, it absolutely does not work with Rhythmic. Only CQG. Well, so much for the IB continuation trade. What's the IB failure? The system did take the IB failure over here. Right there. And T1 has just been taken there. So now the trail is, now it has trailed to break even or to entry, I think. Unless I didn't change that. Been so long since I messed with it. I've been all busy trying to get this other stuff set up. So there's T1. That little blue boy there signals that. And if you what are we doing? Wow, what is this all about? When did it start doing all of this? This is not good. These things don't belong on this tab. IRT, what are you doing? It seems to be having a problem, and it keeps reopening this damn thing with all of these naked POCs going on. This is why I never used beta. Exactly. Beta, Buddha. I use Buddha all the time, and I really appreciate them. So why is this doing this? Son of a bitch. I'm not going to mess with this now, but these charts need to be removed from here. I want to be sure I don't delete the wrong thing somewhere along the line. These remain okay. That sucks. 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 What are you doing over here, bar guy? So this one's closed with 20 ticks times 2, 40. This one's still rocking and rolling over here. With risk neutral with trail, and then it's still looking for T2. This one's happening. Why it does that, I don't understand. And look at that, it keeps going back to the same freaking thing. Okay, let's save this thing now. See if it remembers to be saved. Save me. There we go. There we go, I think. Maybe. There we go. Well, I'll have to delete those other things, I guess, and save all. That's the tabs. It's not supposed to have all these mysteriously wonderful charts in the background here, you know. That's not part of this tab at all. And the reason I care is it's redoing all this stuff all the time, updating all these things. We don't need to be doing that. Even a little bit. We'll bring this down here, I guess, and this down here. We don't need to even have these quote pages on here, to be honest. Don't need that damn thing. So don't need the quote page. Don't need, what, I guess it doesn't. Well, a quote page does suck up bandwidth. Okay, now you're going to save? You're going to be nice now? God damn. I'm going to get Blue Boy on you. Sick Blue Boy on you here in a minute. Okay, let's see what happens now. There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Well, anyway, you get the point. I'll save, do the database utility and all that stuff here. Well, back to the IB again. Well, there we go. So now it just stopped me out on the short on the IB failure trade, which I can tell you without any shadow of a doubt. Right there. Oh, no. Yeah. This is depends on it. If I had the trail, then it stopped out right here. If I did not, it will go back to the, it'll go back up to here for the stop, which is, let's see, what, might as well just look, huh? 16, 16, 64, 16, 16. That should have scaled completely. It should have taken both of them out. Why is that not the case? That's not good. This is exactly why I keep everything working over here in Simulato. Data. You see how the stop, T1, T2, when break even from when you get so many ticks from entry, 16. And down here is the break even plus entry. So this says 16. This should have taken both contracts at T1. Why it didn't do that is exactly why I'm trading manually instead of automatic. And you know, I know I've said this ad nauseum, but this is the beta version, which I just uploaded because Eddie said that was the only way I was going to get the system APIs in place for the Lucid stuff. So, boom, there you go. So let's leave it right there. Let's get back over to here. And let's see. Well, we're doing doing the IB boogie a couple of times. We did have the pullback. So had I been fast, from the point of view of Edgefold, the stat is well in hand. The entry was here. Now, what some of the people have done that I've noticed there, some guy named Zinc, cool name, he takes the pullback and triggers and targets the high, the IB either side. So essentially, this would be basically a 6 or 7 point target. But it's got to be at least 1-to-1, right? Well, it would be 1-to-1, sure. Because if he's got his stop on the 50 and he targets entries off the 25, then the IB high is a straight up 1-to-1. There you go. What I will probably do on this particular thing here until I figure out how to use, I will probably code up 1 or 2 targets based on a percentage. so that I have those levels pushing across over here, and it's not the old guy. The old guy does math. Math is hard. Well, where are we? I'll tell you, if it wasn't for spam and donate to my campaign, my phone would just might as well just be dead. So now, if I'm not mistaken, we've got his orangeness going to be Richard, who comes in and out from England here. He's Agent Orange. That I like that one. It is. This part's all said and done. Let's see if we get that ridiculous ad from McAfee. Well, Trump ended his remarks at 11 o'clock, an hour ago. And then he's going to pick up the tempo once again. Well, maybe not. I guess that was the one that was just the calendar time was off over here. The next is going to be Rubio, if you want to believe all this stuff. Let's see what our friend Walter's got to say. Nothing. He's not doing. I don't know whether I've got the right thing, but I guess he does. I do. And last posts were. I mean, it makes sense that he's 4 hours ago. He's in Geneva, so it's night time for him, I guess. I don't know enough about. I don't know enough about X, or I hate to even call it that, Twitter, to even suggest I'm doing it right. 30 MES short. So you've got 3 minis long. Yeah. Okay, got you. Didn't read far enough before I, engage brain before starting mouth. Maybe checklist item there. Yep. Man, this thing is dying on the vine out here. We're down to 1 point ATR on a 1 minute bar, 63%, 63.2% volume, average, relative, whatever, whoever your relatives are. Something's definitely wrong with that. Let's see if I can do this here. Oops, yeah. So, T1, T2, there you go. Apply. Boom. So this thing did not scale from T1. It should have been right there. When this took B1, oh, it hasn't done B1 either. What the hell's going on? Okay, so it is correct. I thought I had seen B1 taken, and that's not the case. There's B1. That means, and there's a stop. Unfortunately, they're under these session levels, or these zones. So the minute B1 is taken, if it in fact does, then this stop is going to come up here to entry. Okay. Okay. This is out with 20 ticks. The bar, I give up on the bar. I guess I should have been on the right window. Sorry about that. So here's the window. Here's the there's the stop. There's T1. Hasn't taken T1. The minute it does, the stop will trail it. They're under these zone lines, which is inconvenient, but that's the story. And I can take them back off again, so they're not just extra drawing stupidness. Come on. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Kokomo Joe. Well, the IBF is still has been the only somewhat money made. Well, I don't know. Depending on if you trade that the edgeful IB thing, then it's made the first one. Wow, 12 after 4, I mean 4 after 12. Whatever I mean. Okay, I'm gonna do the midday thing. I just did some more pull-ups. It's so silly, you know. I have the chin-up bar there, the bar in the doorway, and every time I come in and out of the office here, if I just grab off a few, then pretty soon there you go. And you'd be amazed the number of times that doesn't strike me as a thing to do. So I'm going to step away here, put that, rest my eyes a bit, focus down the street there, get some UV and put the medicine in them. And Wow. I've got both profit targets, okay. Ooh, look at that. Continues to drop. Oh yeah, Trump is coming on in 15 minutes. I got it. I understand now. Took both targets there. No stops. Wrong tab. Sorry about that. Well, here was the perfect IB continuation right there. Look at that. Boom, and then up. And where was I? I'm sure I wasn't standing here. Nope. I had just left. Isn't that funny? Just stepped away, and then there we go. Not particularly funny, haha, but you know what I mean? I've got to take something apart out here in the kitchen. I'll be right back. All right, little minor repair there. I was looking at the wrong level, yeah. This was the first test. This was the second one. That would have been logically a good one because there was the VPOC migration just ahead of it. Boy, that's amazing. You can stand here for so many hours, and the minute I walk away, let me see. When did I walk away? Yeah, I stepped away at 12:05, and look at this. It drops back down here at 12 with a perfect signal at 12:09. Jesus. Unbelievable. I mean, really, 4 minutes, huh? That is just... That is pretty hard to believe. It's the kind of stuff that triggers FOMO. That's depressing. That is really disappointing. And here we are at 1400. Well, another exciting extravaganza. Now the POTUS is on the microphone, so I stand by once again. Jesus. Oh, man. I can't quite believe that. I'm also kind of curious as to why this didn't take a trade. Well, I am just really disappointed. That's for sure. Okay, well, let's try to go onward and upward here. My approach to this is a consistently profitable business rather than a, based on probabilities rather than gambling or just discretion. Is the fact that this is a random environment in the market, and there's no question about that, and that the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50, because here we are, it's like a coin flip. So to say that you're going to predict where the market's going isn't the thing to do. What you've got to do is lean on a strategy or a statistic that occurs frequently with specific rules, and then first identify that and get this, calculate that it has an edge or not, and then take every instance that it presents itself. Now, I completely blew it right here today. 4 minutes. I've been standing here since a little before 6 in the morning. I left about, according to the clock there, I left at 12:05, and the signal fired at 12:09. 4 minutes. Anyway, and now, you'd still be on it. It would have experienced no heat and still be holding. So, I got something on here. I gotta do that. Rinse my eyes. Hold on. It's weird. Okay, so what I've done then is approach this from the backtesting and the probability side of life. What are the probabilities of this particular outcome, this setup, or this setup or this setup being real? In other words, what was the probability of this trade being taken and going to both targets? going to the trail, I should say. So this is how I approach it. This is the first initial balance trade. The chart to visualize what this trade is doing in the live market. This one, another version of the initial balance trade, same idea. And approach them from a back test. That's all I know to do. And the way I do that is these rules, set up the back test. Where's this thing going on here? Let's do, 100 days. I usually do 500, but I'm not thinking that's the right approach, and I'll tell you why. The market isn't the same over 500 days. There's a big difference in the market that we're experiencing now than we had a year ago. So there's the back test, 66,984 bars. There's a back test of 120 days. It yielded $3,034. And keep going here. Favorable excursion of 573, adverse excursion of 151. We had come on, damn. This is so magical here. Now we got to do this thing, and IRT doesn't like to be awakened very well. Come on. What is wrong with this thing? Jesus, I'm getting sick of this. Well, I guess it's in off at the moment for whatever reason. God. This is the beta version. I explained all of that earlier in the day, but still pretty disappointing. Well, that's pretty cool. Maybe not. Well, the point is, based on the statistics, to let this thing think for a while. What I have done here, because this is not a new idea. Now look at this shit. What is this? Wow. There's Rubio talking. He's ahead of schedule. I know that's 1400. Okay, yeah. Al did his earlier. Maybe he's going to quit. What's he going to do? What is Rubio going to do? So it's back to life. Okay. I'm going to close these off. And get away from this as best I can. For now. And let's see if this thing just gets its act together. Here. Why that's having such a problem, I have no idea. It's not typical that it does that, but let's try the back test again. What I was getting ready to show you was try to keep these up where I can get them in case I get behind. So 91 trades, 3,300 gross, 68 winning trades, average trade of 72.10, and 23 stops, average 67.93. 14 consecutive winners, 3 consecutive losers. That's a really good thing, and that's important. And here, of all things, is this is every trade, all, however many it is, 91 trades. From the date, the moment they were entered, the type of entry, the exits, the prices, and the outcome. Every one of them. Now, I'm not going to do that because this thing is lagging so bad, but the next step I do is take this to this level. And these are vetted. Each one of these lines is a setup. So we're going to come down here, and I do these, during the homework period, away from the deal. Now here's the IBEF. This is the first one I did when I built this strategy. This one, what we just looked at, would be the second one. There are the criteria. There are the number. This is over 599, so that's not applicable, I don't believe. And here would be the trades, winners, average winner, losers, average loser, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, and then, excuse me, maximum FAE, maximum FEAE, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, profit, gross, longs and shorts. You can also do Sharpe ratio, Sortino, all of those. Now that's a back test, and you can lean on that number to trade, in my opinion. That's the way I believe to back test. Next thing I've done recently is get back involved with Edgeful, and these are the statistics. I'm going to try to get away from the long process for me of creating the back tests and all that stuff. Still do them, but not spend so much time because I'm not good. I'm slow. I don't really know much what I'm doing. And lean on probabilities, which come from the data. And for example, the probability of the initial balance trade, and all these different studies and reports they have, which are based on live data and which can be edited and relooked at in so many different ways. Length of time, which is about all I can control on those back tests. Whether it's the wick or whether, like for example, what were they going to do? Oh yeah. Whether it's let's look at the initial balance breakout. Okay, is it by the wick or is it by the close? How many days is it? What day of the week is it on? All of those kind of things are just easily done over here with these reports and sub-reports. What by day of the week? Well, there we go. This is Tuesday. How about tomorrow? What's tomorrow look like? Well, there you go. That's the kind of thing that makes this report, I think, really valuable. And the single break on Tuesday, 60%. Wow. Not so great, huh? Yeah, I really screwed up, man. I tell you, I'm so disappointed. I can't even see straight. Look at this. I stepped away. According to the clock here, I stopped away at 12:05. 12:09, my signal, no heat, straight up, and still going. I can't even believe it. For the exact trade I've been standing here talking about all freaking day. Unreal. I mean, I don't know what to do. I guess not eat so that I don't have the food coma hit me, and then maybe not hit the desk so early. So I just power through till 3 and then go to the emergency room. Yeah, crazy. Really disappointing. So I was just going through the backtesting story and Edgeful and those kind of things, and that's pretty much wraps it up. But that's where that's how I go about doing it, and where I'm going now with the Edgeful story to try to ease up. I was just talking when you came back. I noticed your thing. You may or not have heard the backtesting for this particular one, for example. But the thing I find really that would take me forever to be able to do quickly. Okay, here's Tuesday. Let's see about Wednesday. Let's see about based on the close of the candle or the wick of the candle. All of those little, I can do all that stuff with the code, but how this is so fast and so clean and so error-free. I think it's going to be a help. The problem, of course, is it doesn't generate an actual backtest. Now, the thing that I noticed him presenting about to do with their algorithm thing does do backtest, apparently. And it's not really a trading for you algorithm, but that the algorithm's running and it tells you exactly the signal and the parameters and the exits. I don't know anything about it. Not a black box thing based on this data, but anyway, I'm so darn disappointed about this story right here. I can't even see straight. I think what I was talking about was I didn't change the screen properly, but you got the point. You understand? There's Wednesday. What's going to happen on Thursday? These kind of things, whether it's the wick or the close or whatever else. So that's the backtesting story, and here's the bottom of the hour, and Rubio's talking about something, so beware. I don't know what. Maybe he's talking about how great it's going to be when he goes to Cuba and takes all the property he wants, or he's going to quit, or who the hell knows. In this environment, who knows? I don't think anything would surprise me. Nothing would surprise me if Rubio gets pushed out. It wouldn't surprise me at all. At all. But I'm going to stay clear of the market and just stay disappointed that I missed that trade. And literally by 4 minutes. Verified 4 minutes, because I can see the timestamp that here in the stream that I said I'm away from the keyboard, and here it is on the computer. Just amazing. What do we got here? Trying to see if Bloomberg says something now. He's got no post past 3 hours ago that I'm seeing. Oh, here's one. Now this is updating, but maybe not very quick, I guess. 1 hour ago, Iran Joint Military Command says it has not carried out any attack against the UAE in recent days and warns of a crushing response if any action is taken by UAE against Iran's islands, ports, and coastlines. The U.S. pursues a policy of maximum pressure and wants Iran to come to the negotiating table and surrender to its unilateral demands. This is impossible. Cited by the Iranian Perzeshkian, whatever, however you say it. Trump says increase in fuel prices is a small price to pay. For what? What in the hell has anybody gotten out of this? Pay for what? Wow. Trump, I hope Iran's financial system fails. Oh, wow, this guy is just going on and on and on. I hope Iran does a smart thing. I don't want to go in and kill all the people. Wow. It's all in that Walter Bloomberg thing. So, yeah, that's just fun. That's fun. I am so disappointed with this thing, I can't even see straight, to be honest with you. That is really a bummer. It doesn't look right here. There we go. Boy, oh boy. There I go. There I step away. There goes the signal, and there it is. My goodness gracious. Well, I can only blame myself, I guess. Yeah, well, I don't know how much more patience I need. I'm just running out of horsepower. I guess I'll have to, starting tomorrow, just, I don't know what. I guess just not leave for any reason until 1500. Well, tomorrow I've got to go to the school run, so that's, obviously never gonna be different. But as far as the midday thing or food, it's food that knocks me out. And then I have to, and my eyes start getting real weird, but I can probably deal with the eyes. It's the food that knocks me out. So the bottom of the hour, well, what happened? Rubio's got the microphone, so that's Trump's threatening to murder everybody. 90 million, he's going to kill 90 million people. Good idea, Donnie, John. Wow. That's so weird. Here we are. This is the context of today. Here's my ill-fated step away. Of course, new all-time highs and, everything's so wonderful. We're going to annihilate 90 million people. We're having high gas prices because we went over and screwed up a country that was not doing anything to anybody, and the collateral damage was the Straits of Hormuz, which had absolutely no problems until we started. S&P PMI is bad, employment's up, and inflation's going up. So yeah, that's a great idea. Those are all signs that the market should be all-time highs because it's wonderful. I really don't get it. Frankly, I really don't get it. Capitalism at the expense of everything, I guess, as long as they think that they're going to make more money on some shares of Palantir, no matter how many people Palantir is, deaths they're responsible for. I guess that's what matters anymore. It's really weird to me. I guess I'm maybe just getting too old. Anyway, so here we are. What would I expect for tomorrow? Well, here's the new all-time high by a long shot. In the RTH and the, that's the ETH. So we've outdone the ETH and the RTH both. I'll pull this one up here for now and change it around. And this is, look at there, that was the 28th. So this is 0505. Oh, if it was 25, wouldn't that have been cute? RTH session, new all-time high again. And yeah, up we go. What are you going to do? And this is a pretty weird day. Look at this range, really. Something's wrong here. Something's very definitely wrong here. What happened to my volume profile? Well, that's weird. What happened to the volume profile? I mean, here's... Okay, is it official that I'm losing my mind or what? What happened to Blue Boy? Things are a mess here, boys and girls. Oh, that's correct. So Blue Boy didn't get put on here for the first of the session. This is the correct volume profile. There's the open. Oh, I really screwed up here so far. I guess. I thought all that was done, but it's pretty bizarre. I might have missed out. So there is the RTH session. Wow. Really? I can't believe I'm going to have to go back and look at the stream and see if I actually missed that all this time. Man, maybe I need to, instead of taking less sleep, maybe I just need to take a nap forever. Wow. Well, there's the open. There's the IB low. We haven't looked back. That makes sense. There's the high. And I guess I missed putting Blue Boy on there. And I've been looking at the wrong thing. I've been looking at the RTH, which is even more incredible, to be honest with you. Look at that. If you just threw a long on at the RTH Open, at the ETH Open last night, you're a freaking rock star. 72.25 to 7,300 without so much as a hiccup. Wow. Ah, man, I do need to recalibrate or do something there. So there's that. This is IRT. This is my charting package, which I've talked about plenty. These are there's yesterday's RTH, today. This is the MES, MNQ, the higher time frame. You look at that. You ever lost and you want to know what you're looking at here? The header has the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This is my tab for the minis. And this is my tab for the micros. My minis and micros. And this is market profile, which I don't change. I leave it on minis. That's amazing. Now, after the bell, we have... Now let's just start with the beginning here. So, this is the news sources that I use, investing.com and Financial Juice. You can filter both of them for wherever you are. They're both free. That's why there's ads everywhere. And let's look at tomorrow. So we have non-farm payroll, get up, get ready, and crude Cushing tomorrow. That's about it. It's going to be a light numbers day. Earnings for today are AMD and some of the Shopify and I don't know, stuff I don't pay much attention to. We are in the thick of earnings season, so there's that. One nice thing, the thing I like about investing.com is it's traditional economic stuff. This is today. Notice that the event title turns to a URL, so if you don't know what new home sales report means, you can click that and find out all about it. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. And I started using that because they pull these non-traditional events or risk potential events into their schedule. And that's a good thing because we are risk managers, essentially. Your job as a trader is to preserve your account. The fundamental way you do that is manage your risk. You can't manage risk if you don't know about it. So it's really important that we get heads up for potential risk events. Not political, it's the truth. Here's our Secretary of State. Would like to set up a bubble in Hormuz for safe passage. Would like Iranian people to, rise up and overthrow the government. I wonder how they would react if, all of a sudden the Iranians or whoever starts putting out all kind of commentary that they want the American people to rise up and overthrow Trump and those guys. I don't think that's the thing governments are supposed to do, is it? It just seems so strange to me. Fight back against the regime. Somebody ought to put that on a flag sometime around midterm elections. Maybe their words will come back to haunt them. You never know. Those aiding Iran sanctions evasion to face penalty. Okay? And we've got Witkoff and Kirshner working on a diplomatic path. Wow. We talked about that already. So that's what we've got to look forward to. Now at 1450, we're going to have the market on closing balance up here. Yesterday, I'll point out to you, was pretty eye-opening. This was yesterday. 2,027,000,000 sell side. 1,351,000,000 sell side. 658 million sell side, 771 million sell side. See what they do today. Sell imbalance is what that means. Yeah, so I'm going to have to rethink my whole scheme here on how I'm going to power up through the day. Because I can't afford to be doing this right here. I can't afford these things. Wait for literally the entire session and miss the signal, the specific signal that I have been waiting for, talking about, referring to by 4 minutes. Jesus. That's enough to piss off the Pope, I tell you. Anyway. So let's see whether we get what the market on close has to say. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the hypocrisy is so, yeah, it's just, what can you say? It's just totally, well, there you go. And I hope it all worked out in the wash, man. That's good. That's fantastic. Good for you. Well, I would have been in at 81 and now out up here at about, well, still in, I guess, but safely out around here at 3 points or 20 points. 80 ticks. That's not bad. That would have been a fine one. And in the case of the this new de-risking strategy, which I've got working in the background here, that would have been 80 times 5, of course. Which is pretty good. So net wash positive was 2 points. Cool. Very, very nice. Congratulations. Proud of you. You should be proud of yourself. Maybe I need to get me a big bag of Peruvian Army marching powder and stay really awake. Well, we've got a 3 minutes or 2.5 or something here, 2 minutes to the market on close imbalance, and then they're going to take us at 440 contracts at 373 there. I'm sure they're going to get there. Why not? Why not? My, what a pain in the butt. I'm not even going to bother to replay and watch it because it's so obvious. And I talked about it, incessantly for the entire morning session. I guess I could replay it just to review the trade management idea. Wow, really amazing. That's a fine how do you do, I'll tell you right now. Start being like Hogarth and just put, you know, the espresso and the school run and all that stuff. Just slap orders on there. The bar before, and where it stops, nobody knows, you know. That works for him. He starts his stream. He's got a different approach on his streams too. I don't know if you watch him at all, but I don't during the day or during the stream, but sometimes I'll listen at night or they'll come on. The first thing he starts with is his snap, the screen snap of his live account with the values and everything there. So it's 100 and some thousand US. And then through the week, it'll progress based on the trades he took that day and those kind of things. So that's good, that transparency. But yeah, the discretion seems to come on the trade management side more than anything, but you know, the espresso or the school run or the first bar negative, and I don't know any of those rules or anything, but the espresso is pretty clear. He'll take the 5 minute, the high and low of the previous to the open bar or something like that, and then they add 17, depending on the instrument, 17 points or 20 points above that high and low, and slap an order on. And if it hasn't worked by within 3 1-minute candles, then they take them off. Hasn't been hit. That's the espresso thing. And then he's got the school run, which is the high and low of the first 30 minutes. Essentially, it's an opening range trade. They just slap on. They just put orders out there and wait for them, and then let them run. Yeah, no question about it. Right back to the IB high again. But out of time for me to be, 8 minutes left in the market, I'm not getting in the trade, and that's based, that right there was the opening, or the market on closing balance. That's what that pop was about. And I'm busy bemoaning the fact about somebody else. Whoops, I don't want that. I want this. All sell side again, not so dramatic, but 684 million, 310 million, 668 million, 151 million. So these are all somewhere in excess of, if you add yesterday and today, well over 2 billion contracts each, right? Look at yesterday. 2 billion, so there you go. 684 and 2, 20. That's 2,700,000,000. 1,600,000,000. You know, if you just add these together 2 days in a row, it's a lot of sell side going on there, I guess. I mean, what else can it be? Well, and we head towards the closing bell here for the cash market. And when I typically wind down the stream, yeah, that's great. Well, yeah, like I can't believe, well, I don't know what I was looking at when I walked away from here, but it sure as Christ was not the market. Stand here for 4 freaking hours or whatever and waiting for this right here. Watching this and not being quick enough to get it. Do. Here they come again, and I don't get on it. Wow. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm my own worst enemy, apparently. Now I'm not even remotely interested in something over here now, but none of my systems, they actually liquidated 1430. And I have to remember, this is not my personal fund, AMP account. This is the funded thing. So this is, I got to check and confirm, but I believe their maximum trade close is 1510, I think. So I just am always safe. Yep. Take care and see you tomorrow, Anton. I'll be licking my wounds. Thanks for coming by the stream, by the way. If you're new here, like and subscribe. That's a big help. Real big help, real encouragement. And contribute in the stream, in the chat. That's a big deal. I get a lot of great advice from Anton and Anthony and those who come through. Hi, Panda. What are you doing? You want to go get in bed with Mom and Lucky? Yeah? Is it time for your nap in a different place? Okay. Yeah. 4 minutes till the close. It's Tuesday. We've got Talking Rubio still going on. So we got a minute and a half. Remember that you are the most important link in your, or piece of equipment you've got in your office. And you need to take care of yourself. Be well rested, hydrated, don't get near don't get near the keyboard if you're on emotional tilt. Rest your eyes, exercise. Those are all important things. And remember that the stream here is every trading morning at 8 o'clock until 1500 Central Standard Time. completely transparent and accountable, fully accountable for all trades on this accounts. Another 10 seconds and bing, bang, bomb. That's 7 hours on the stream, and that's enough for me. Take my own advice and get some away from the screens and rest my eyes and get a little exercise and get back at it for the homework in a couple of hours and then be up bright and early in the morning for Wednesday. School run Wednesday, so I'm off at 9 for about an hour. Hey, that's a pleasure. And there we are. There's 7 hours and 27 seconds right there on the old game clock. Thanks a lot for coming by. Please hit the like and subscribe. It's just 2 quick mouse clicks, and it's a big deal for me. It really helps. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much. I hope it's meaningful to somebody. See ya.